Hi, how's it going? Uh, so gonna be playing some EndWalker today. Um, I already did a little bit. I've done, I don't know, 5 or 6 quests or whatever. I've been to Sharla. Is that how you pronounce it? The City of Scholars, and then started on one of there's like a branching path point, and I've started on one of those two paths, and I've done a couple quests there, which is why I'm standing next to this beautiful being. Like everybody's so hype about bunny boys, but now all I want is elephant people to be playable. Ah. Um. But anyway, I don't really know what to say. I figured I would throw up the stream because like I'm playing through this. I'm having a good time so far. Well, it's hit me a couple times already. There's a moment where you have one character who is complaining about like being nervous talking to people, and like that really hit me because like the social anxiety stuff and everything. But I suppose rather than rambling here to myself, so maybe watch later and be like, oh yeah, sorry, I remember when you rambled about that. I should do the social thing really quick. But yeah, I took off today from work. I was not feeling it today. To basically do this right, so I need to just do what's best for me sometimes. That means playing a game till my brain rots, probably. I got breakfast this morning. I bought like the gas stations around here. They sell like little meal kits for like lunches and things, whatever like that. So I got breakfast, like I got a breakfast sandwich. I got some donuts I'm gonna eat here at some point. Um, and then I got myself something for lunch. So like I've got supplies to at least get me through today. And not needing to worry about ordering or anything like that. I'm trying to be smart about this. But we'll see. Get that posted here. Do we go Facebook? Let's do Facebook. Why not? What's the worst that could happen? All right. Do it. We're done. Okay. Got audio when I'm in game, which is what I expect for Final Fantasy 14. Oh, hi pick. Hi myths. Donuts. Yeah, I got donuts. Thanks for stopping, guys. I mean, okay, so like I was saying before, I don't know if I was rambling a little bit here, but I wasn't paying attention to chat yet. Which, by the way, where did my chat go in Streamlabs? What did I do to hide that? I need to get off Streamlabs. We need to make that a priority this weekend. Maybe that'll do that after Sunday. But I just haven't had time to make that happen yet. Where is the? Whatever. It's fine. I got chat up elsewhere. Okay. You gotta go sleep. Go sleep. I did play. This is I'm like 2 or 3 hours in at this point, basically already. And I'm really enjoying it. It's a good time. So, hello, Cookie. You wanna come say hi, chat? You upset? You upset? Hi. How are you? Yeah, you're a good girl. Yeah. Yeah. You're a capable warrior too, are you not? Would you be amenable to assisting me with another errand? You see, our talisman requires the use of a special ink. We've exhausted our stores of the key ingredient for it. Spirit weed! The herb grows not far from here. I'd like you to go and harvest some. With the recent spate of kidnappings, however, With Arkasodara, a travel alone, our peril. Will you not come to me as my escort? I will compensate you for your troubles. That's funny. It was probably the cat. She squeaks a lot. Why am I walking? I also caved. I bought the motorcycle. I don't know if I talked about that on stream yet or not. But it fills me with joy, so. Cahill Comics with the host. Cahill! Shouldn't you be at school? Yeah, I may simply be imagining it, but I feel as though being followed. Oh, great. Garleans. Look out! So I still don't fully understand the changes that they've done to Black Mage, because I've literally had like one fight so far. They've really been laying down the storyline stuff so far. Okay, I think I got it now. Basically, they reduced it so you no longer have to, like, worry about your, echolocation or whatever it's called. I know, Chain. Want to know where the Sea of Thieves connects to your jump ship? What? I jumped ship quick. You're the one who left us last night. And I ended up, like, I probably should have left earlier, all things, like, in reality. Because I ended up waking up, I had an alarm set for 2 o'clock in the morning to get ready for this. And, I slept through it. Didn't wake up till, like, 4:30. So. Oh, no, it's a good, I think it's funny. I agree. Good. Here we are. Kaja's footsteps. Kaja was a great dancer, and those who follow in her, well, you know, they come to this place to train and dedicate their dance to their ancestors. A happy benefit of this is the spirit weed grows here in abundance. I will set about harvesting it once. It would be good for you to stand. Ow! Why did you bite me? I was petting you. Ow! Go! Kidnappers aren't likely to return soon, but I'm better safe than sorry. She didn't draw blood. Did hurt, though. That's a cool design for a monster. Oh, I guess we're fighting the monster. You heard me talking about how cool you look, huh? Well, let me show you some of my cool spells. So the only, like, one side effect to everything is they shrunk the numbers in the game. So I went from having, like, 120,000 health to 20,000 health. And they said that, like, it wouldn't affect anything negatively by having the numbers be shrunk, but it means I don't know, like, if I'm hitting hard or not. We'll have to relearn all that. You slept through your alarm? Yeah. Yeah, no, and I think it's a good idea to do it. I thought 120,000 health was manageable, right? Like, that's not the... WoW does some crazy number stuff themselves, so...
Yes, that would be Radzat Han. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began.
My donuts.
The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce is all but ground to a standstill.
I'm 100%.
The trials he must be facing.
I'm 100% for the the regions so far that I haven't explored the other one like at all yet. I just saw the main city, but like the aesthetics of both areas are just, oh my god, like these are places I would love to visit in real life. Look, I know you want pet. Oh, you want to play? That's why you bit me. She brought me a hair tie. Focus the hair tie. Focus. You see it? Hair tie. The cat plays fetch with me all the time. See that? Just the elephant in the room. Give me playable elephant people square. Make it happen. And I know that would be like 6 years down the road because they're working on female Hrothgar next. Like, people are upset. So, those that don't know, there's the female Viera were added in Shadowbringers, and then people were upset that there wasn't a male version. And then also people are upset that, I think it's Hrothgar, there's not female Hrothgar in the game. And, like, both exist canonically. Like, they are actual people. And Square was like, okay, we don't have enough resources to get 2 new races in for this expansion. So we'll do the male bunnies now. Because they have, the thing you have to remember with designing new races is they literally have to go through and check every single piece of equipment to make sure it doesn't look dumb, and then adjust the model to wear that gear basically accordingly, right? So it is a lot of effort. Like, I'm not trying to discount that. And so they were like, we'll give you 1. And that was the male bunnies for this expansion. And then for the next expansion in 2 years from now, they're going to have the female Hrothgar, is what they've said. So my dream of elephant boys would have to it wouldn't be till, 4 years from now, basically, right? So you can harp on SOT. You're fine. Yeah. No, I think the map needs to get bigger. The problem, like, with all the shrines and stuff and all the gateways and things in the game now, like, it's feeling too congested. Like, there used to be decent spans where you could just kind of like sail straight and just kind of zone out for a little bit. And now, like, you have to be dodging gates and shrine things and whatever all the time. Like, they need to just make the map a little bigger, I think, too, at this point. They're getting to that. I think an ice biome would be perfect, so. Yeah, ice biome would be good. I agree. What can you tell me about this atop?
Well, he is the most important person in Rajasthan. Long ago, this island was home to 2 tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasotra.
They're Arkasotra. That's the name of the elephant people, by the way.
When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasotra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the war like Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjor from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves. It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people. But when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution. The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed
I know how it feels like, yeah.
to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
No, it's very good. I agree, Cahill.
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools
attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets. I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh, something. Owen? Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail? Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans. And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal?
Owen Wilson, yeah, right.
Complications be damned, for we cannot escape the nature of our souls.
Tower is that.
And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
He's the primary Asian now that's messing with us. Enough spirit weed to last us for a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let's head back to the great work, shall we? Back to the great work! Yeah, the Asian is a weird word. I agree. Feels weird not being able to fly in the new zone yet, but we'll get there. Yeah, I don't know. Just 12 different Sephiroths. Yeah, I guess they could have done that. God damn it. You get back to Final Fantasy 10, you like the game generally? It's no 7, but what is... Yeah, I mean... I like 10 well enough and all, but it's definitely not my favorite. As you have for your assistance, with your help, it's a little closer to completing the talisman, but it isn't much, but please accept this as my token of gratitude. Give me that money! Gotta make it rain! Gotta shower them in Gil! They'll just need to know that he's about to send you another errand. Oh, I'm going on another errand. Sweet. It's been a lot of, like, dealing with, like, fishmongers and stuff like that so far. It's been a very slow start, which I appreciate. Because it's also been kind of chaotic so far, so... We're both back. Yay. Message from us from Mr. Nahinda. I think they're dragon people. We've seen the stores in giant scale are running low. Last week there was still plenty. As that was before Yoranger told everybody about the tempering cure, and Justinian shared his knowledge of dragons. He appears to have since been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. You need to replenish your store. So they're talking about dragon scales. He'd be happy to do this as a, like. I was hoping instead of a voice I could eat my other donut, but Though I appreciate the offer, my boy, I can't in good conscience send you out there alone. Kidnappers are large. Okay, yep, I'll go fetch it. We're going to a quarry to find some more. Okay. Harmasa? What are Harmasa? We're walking with dodos. This looks very uncomfortable. Holy shit. It is raining pretty hard, yeah. The sword Legend holds was wielded by Manuel against the Mura before Tower straddles a small island. Almost there, though the main part of the hatchery is atop the cliff, the outpost itself is on the beach. The music so far has been amazing, too. Oh, I should take my boots off. Oh. Let those dogs breathe a little bit, you know what I'm saying, gamers? Nick is doing a lurk. And here we are, manned by the Radiant host. The outpost is our first line of defense against the tower. Who's the Radiant host? Well, well, who should be in but young Vasharn, on an errand for the satrap? I am. His Excellency bade me to come to collect your report. He also wished to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant Host for their unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty, but we are honored to receive His Excellency's regard. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we have enjoyed relative peace and calm these past few days, this remains the front line of battle. No place for children. Your predecessor, too, often traveled alone. It's been, what, 2 years now since you took over? I wonder how the fellow is faring. Like those before him, he went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may now be, I am certain he is well. As for myself, I assume that all I do of my own volition, and gladly I will pray you do not think of ill of his excellency. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the satrap is unwavering, but still, I worry for you. We would be overcome with sadness if something were to befall you, for you are as a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear? I will, Nabin, thank you. And who might this be? Not Hanish by the look of him. Permit me to introduce Sargato Omega of the Eorzean contingent come to assist in the making of the talisman. From Eorzea, you say? Towers have appeared over there too, yes? Tell me of what is the situation like. May I suggest that you exchange information with the soldiers? Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. That is an excellent idea. Given the unprecedented nature of the threat, some of us are understandably anxious. We would be glad for any tidings you can share. You two, bring Vashan the latest report and answer any questions he may have. It occurs to me I have yet to properly introduce my... Oh, that's a guy I've already done the voice for. Whoops. We are the Radiant Host, a military order under the satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land, be it patrolling the streets or dealing here henceforth to unknown threats such as now. We train hard and admit only capable warriors to our ranks. Even so, we're struggling to contend with the fiends from that tower. Though we succeeded in striking them down on the 2 occasions they came in force, we had to pay a heavy price. What are the towers in Eorzea? Do they likewise spawn monsters? Yeah, they do. So it's much the same everywhere. But within nations struggling, we cannot expect calls from the outside to be answered. Yeah, which is why I'm here. To stop your one tower, so we can go stop a bunch of towers. I've heard about you! The visitor from Eorzea! Is there anything you can tell us about Talafrior? We know that they're the ones behind the tower, and that they've declared war on the whole world. But why are they doing this? What is it they want? This we simply don't understand. What? They want to die and take everyone with them? What madness is this? Well, you can't bet we won't let those bastards have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have, just like Eorzea and Far Eastern brothers. You wish to know about the tower? To be honest, we know little and less about it ourselves. This Tower of Zot, as folk have taken to calling it, suddenly appeared where it did on the island of Nar. We're safe from its influence at this distance, but go too far into the water and you'll expose yourself to the corrupting aether. You're a foreigner, aren't you? How are they dealing with the tower in your homeland? We surrounded it by forces and slaughter everything that comes out. Then our struggles are not unique. Then our hopes still lie within the talismans. We must keep the monsters contained until they're ready. Yeah. I don't think the tower is actually in this area, but... No, we can't swim to the tower. How are we supposed to single-handedly defeat them? It's the pier vessel. Yes, the Radiance. I like it. What are you doing? Goofball. I'm excited for the Tower of Zot. Whoops, went too far. Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I was hoping enlightening for you as well as for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub, both Rod's Han ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Last stream dried up and the trading vessel stopped coming. Amidst the death of information, everyone will be having grateful your account. But come! You had best see your original errands, as mine will keep me here a while longer. However, I'm afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Worry not, the path is straightforward. You will need to follow the road east upon Hamasa. If you arrive, you'll know it. Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together. Till we meet again. Hamasa, let's go! Hamsa? Oh. Oh, I have to control it now. I'd rather use my bike, but I don't know, whatever. Oh man, level 81 enemies. I'm here to pick something up. This is indeed the Giant's Gala Grounds, and I am Ziduna. Is there anything I can do for it? Giant's Gala for the alchemists, you say? But of course they shall have it. They labor tirelessly to deal with the tower. That's the least we can do to provide them the materials they need. Here you are. A sack of the purest giant scale. Sure do love fetch quests. They're my favorite. I challenge you to a children's card game. Ooh, new monster. Ooh, Mudsud. Let's see here. Ooh, I got one of the new cards. It's that monster that I was looking at that I was like, neat. Is that the only card he had? Yeah, that's the only card he has. Okay, cool. So actually, I never have to play you again. Neat. Yu-Gi-Oh! I can't jump off this cliff. Really, game? Alright. It's a weird place to have a border, though. Oh. That's our first step to be able to fly in this zone again. Or, I guess, at all. We might want to be fighting stuff on the way back. Got all those goddamn side quests now we have unlockable over here, too. I have a moment of adventure. One of my colleagues has gone missing. That she was going back to Kajia's footsteps to get a bit of exercise, but she hasn't come back. I like to search for her, but it's almost as the shift changed. I can't very well leave my field and operate itself. Could you find a fetch for me? You're too kind. Should be in. Of course, they got an aether current tied to them, so. Ah, welcome back, Sargado. I dare. I hope you have a giant scale. I do. Here. Have it. Oh my, such a fine specimen. Thank you very much for bringing me these. We now have everything we need to make our next prototype, one that should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests. When it's ready, it'll be almost time for the true test, so please take ease while you can. Oh, man. Oh. I did not get enough sleep last night.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well. You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Okay, Yoranger.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea. And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
Been there.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that.
Fandaniel.
What is it? What did you see?
I saw Fandaniel.
Fandaniel, are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds. This is the one.
At long last! Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments! We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless. Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, Then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
Crystal. Crystal clear. Like Crystal Pepsi.
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
At least let me send one of my friends with you to defend you in case you get ambushed again. What do you mean? I need to get back to work? Oh, have I really been out that long? I should really go. But I was hoping to have a better look at the stage before I left. I'm sure you're busy, but could you assist me for a moment? I inspect the walls to make sure you can stage in order. Some of the paint is worn off. I could use a fresh paint. The cloth wavers exquisitely in the wind, no problems here. Ah, this place is cool. Small hole in the floor, that can't be good. Any problems? The floor and the paint, I'll have to fix them the next time I come by. Thank you for checking. You know, it seems odd that I never met you till now. You wouldn't happen to be the adventure sent by the students, would you? I am. That is me. Boys of my tribe was like you. You see, I was studying to be a dancer under Mistress Nashima. One time, I wanted to see the realm as I travel for performances. Maybe I still can, not as a dancer, of course, but as an alchemist. Oh, but we should hurry back to the great work. I don't want to cause any more trouble than I already have. Just in case we don't go back to the great work, I could just etherite, I suppose. I love the little ting sound when I hit the ground. Riding to the end. How you doing, Shane? Thanks for stopping by. I caved. I bought the motorcycle because it just feels so good, especially if I put on my Dark Knight stuff. Because then I'm like the peasant Dark Knight riding a motorcycle. How you doing, buddy? I've been digging the content so far. The music has been just incredible. It's rather finer both than I expected, but I won't complain. All that remains is the board to be on our way. Oh, and if I should come over corrupted, do not stay your hand, of course. I pray it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessing are one of a kind, and perhaps our only hope of toppling the tower. For our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done, whatever that might be. I haven't looked at that yet. I know that they were talking about it was coming at some point. Let's head to the towers.
What are you doing, cat? He's like in full play mode right now.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence.
Yeah.
Any moment now. It's working! And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could.
Uh-oh, it broke.
So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance. A few more steps. Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be. Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets. What?
Mega Sisters.
Oh, let me go! Oh, let me go! Oh.
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid.
I missed it. Did you get pulled into the thing?
The similarities are striking. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased. My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
It's like a Mass Effect up in this shit.
Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Van Daniel, the sundered Ascian.
Sundered?
I inherited the position and the soul of the Van Daniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Van Daniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am. How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded. I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes?
Done that, yeah. Mm-hmm. Couple runes, yep.
Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
At your service.
What?
Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met, day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation, slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor. And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Amon. No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault,
It's not wrong.
In the end, all is lost.
Also not wrong.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war, and so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers,
Hold on.
rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation.
Sorry, it was an unknown local number. Apparently it's my dentist. The opening today, I'm like, nope! Not doing it today! Especially have the... Okay, we did that one. I read that one already.
Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself. See what lies ahead.
Alright, because the Crystal Tower has like time travel capabilities. And they can see into the future and stuff, so... That's like most of what Shadowbringers is all about, so...
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures.
True.
What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
Not wrong. I think Fandaniel's onto something here.
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell.
Also,
As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primates. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, Enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades? We shall meet again! Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see.
Xenos. I returned, but where's Mrs. Nihidahana? Mansua Preserve. This when we succeeded in making the talisman. Must report this once. Meanwhile, please return to the great work. Okay. I'll do what you told me to. We got a map to explore to the south here, so let's do it. And to the north. Let's just go south for now. Man, they do not, like, waste time in the... I mean, like, Shadowbringers definitely had some very quick moments of, like, whoa, what the... blah, blah, blah. And then, like, it gave you time to kind of get used to being on the first and what that world was all about and stuff and things, whatever, to kind of ease into it. And, like, 2 missions ago, I was collecting a bag of materials. But they kind of said that was the way things were going to go, is, like, I think level 83 or something, I think they said, like... Some of the major stuff you think they would have waited until the end of the expansion is going to happen. And then we're going to basically be like, what the hell could happen next, basically, right? So... First, we must inform everyone of the situation. I'll call together gathering, but I think it'd be best if you were the one to explain it. Okay, I'll explain it. Shit's fucked! No, Nidhana. Can you answer me this? Though Nidhana is trapped in the tower, she's still alive, yes? Yes! And I'm gonna go blow up that tower. Then we must take warding scales, as many as we can. The prototype works perfectly. This Nidhana proved at peril to herself. Let's make more scales, that she and all of those who have been taken might be saved. Aye, as alchemists, this is how we will help win this fight. We need boxes of them. Every nation needs some of these scales, baby! Oh no, it's the king guy again. My friends, the satrap has been made aware of the tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me give you this ink pearl, that you might personally discuss the production of the warding scales with you. I think I said ink pearl, I meant link pearl. And for our Ozian visitors, I bear an invitation. In her report, Mistress Nidhana noted that your vital contributions to the talisman's creation. This fact came to the satrap's attention. In recognition of his deeds, he wishes to meet you. I need to go climb that tower and save her ass. Come on. In addition to thanking you in person, he'd also discuss the further avenues of collaboration. And so, if it is agreeable, would you not accompany me, Raz Adhan, for an audience with His Excellency? Let's go meet with the king, baby! We'd be honored, of course. Closer cooperation between lands can only be the benefit for all. It is settled then. Please come to the gates east of Giant's Gal grounds, and I will show you into the city. More time on my motorcycle. Oh man, I gotta learn how to play this on my ukulele. It'd be so good. All present, then let us proceed. Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert, and strict restrictions are in place for entry. Though you have been granted special permission, I ask that you remain close to me at all times. Oh boy, here we go. This city looks fucking tight. I can't believe there's 3 fucking capital cities in this expansion. It's ridiculous.
A vast rock squats upon Thavnir.
And why is Elmet Sen the one doing the voiceovers? That is so mind-blowing. It's gotta be significant. They wouldn't do that for nothing.
Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things. Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingle here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets.
This might not even be the city I was thinking it was. There might be another freaking capital city.
But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
Here we are, Megaduta. It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our
Yeah, that's true,
decision will
Zach.
have to wait.
But also, like, they have it so instanced, like, it's been pretty okay for the most part. Well, except for at one
We
point,
should head inside.
they have you, the Lollyfell was the final, you had to, like, click on a Lollyfell. And, like, in Limsa, like, everybody was packed so tight around them that, like, you just couldn't click them! Ah! But other than that, it's been okay. And, like, that was my favorite thing is, like, I was talking to some people, and, like, everybody's like, whatever you do, don't log out of Limsa because getting in is going to be, your load time is going to be ridiculous with all the people in there. And so I didn't. And then the first quest is like, go to Limsa! Go to Limsa! Ah! You're like, oh no.
Ah, splendid. Most splendid.
His Excellency.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, satrap of Radzatan. Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale.
Yeah, you should be okay.
Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
Not everything went to plan, Your Excellency.
I assume you speak of Nidana.
Nidana. Oops.
Indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not. This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you prefer.
I was thinking this, but I didn't say it out loud. I wish I had said it out loud. It's a fucking dragon that's actually ruling this kingdom. That's my guess.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
As you wish.
And that's why the kid is an intermediary. Because the dragon doesn't want to know.
Assistance to the students of Valdez.
Yeah, probably Zach. Sorry.
But you are known to me. Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn. I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
Aye, mine elder brothers, of Midgardsormr's spawn. I was last to hatch.
First brood. Oh boy.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzat Han had an alliance with a dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive were the Aura. Adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect.
A lot of people were complaining about the old ones. So.
Understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radz Athan.
But if Vitra is still here, then your position as Satrap is just...
a charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the Great Worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who join me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh. The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Razatan. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my will.
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
Oh, not the scales.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered. Estinian warm blood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another, yet did neither one of us bear his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Radz Athan. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Pagalthan and Cartanau, I am told. 'Tis upon that strength I would call. The scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions, and should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
Yes! Alda! Give Alda talismans!
There's no denying it's
Screw
a
everyone
dangerous
else.
proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales. I worry, however, that even the four of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
'Tis no trifling task that I have steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Charlian is in order.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Radzat-Han, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
I am in thy debt.
Being took a rather unexpected turn. Now we have a clear objective ahead of us. Let's rejoin the comrades. We're suitable cover for this. Oh, and you haven't already done so, be sure to tune to the Aether right here before departing, or to enjoy the violent nausea. I like that little reminder there, because I was thinking about that. Like, how would you get back here if you didn't do this? Also, just curious that I can't actually go in the city, so that makes me think it may be that. We'll see. One thing at a time. One thing at a time, sir. Settle your brain. Okay, we gotta go do the other half of the quest stuff then, I guess. Oh, that's so expensive to tell. And that's with the reduced costs. Eh! The music in this zone in particular is just fantastic. The slight little plucking on that guitar. Good drums. Big fan. Alright, well, I guess I can see. I don't think this is going to let me proceed this until I get the... So it's starting to get balmy. Now then, the remains here. Where can we take stock of all the developments discoveries? Hey, Krill. And unsettling changes overcome the Charlene, but all together will join the only cause. As mentioned before, however. Yep. Let's go check out the woods. Cool. Oh, by the way, this room, I wasn't streaming when I got here earlier, but like the stuff on the walls here is so freaking cool, and they like show some of this in some of the cutscenes and stuff like that, whatever, right? But these are like all super significant like things for like the entire like history of the game, and then like probably the best map so far in game, basically. Really neat. That's Gargamel, by the way. This is the island we were just on that, you know, is Indian inspired, basically. And then we're over... Where are we? Here. We're up here right now. And then, like, over here, there's all this really good stuff. Fairies. Like, love this room. It's very, very, very cool, so... What a pretty dress! My directions were easy enough to follow. I hope in any case you stand out before the doors of Nauman's Charlaine's grandest collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance, one of many at that, for the archives of Numeron extend deep beneath the surface to the roots of the tree. The vast halls, the great Google library, pale in comparison to the Numeron's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Charlaine is free to enter and pursue the shelves, well, most of the shelves. Only archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I've dispatched Sholta and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, LSA and Alpha Node will accompany search through the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be plenty of books that you can touch upon the Charlainean history of foreign policy. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you working knowledge of those subjects will make far easier to spot these articles look for. Oh good, we're going on a library trip. That's nowhere near as exciting as finding out a dragon is running a kingdom. That's a lot of books still. Long, long ago on an island in the northern sea lived a Rogdan man by the name of Nunkrumf. Nunkrumf was a student of astrology, and he divined a flood of terrifying proportions soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. So as he built a giant ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for that imperiled realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and the horrors, strangely churning waters drove people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that after the crew hauled them aboard his ark. But the danger had not passed. The towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. With only moments to spare, and then wore a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship safely atop of Almathian's spire. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them, but it was not long before disputes over the dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Nunkerf gathered to him his crew and grateful passengers, and abandoned the ark to those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast, where they had built the new ship intent of returning to the northern seas. And on a beach of an island settled upon the very spot that settlement prospered and grew into time became the city of Charlian, where we live to this day. Alright, cool. That's pretty neat, actually. Many years ago, on the banks of the Thelak, the Branavian hinterlands, a Charlian colony once thrived. The settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311 of the 6th Athro era. Scholars dispatched to Azoria found the faculties wanting, and their demands encouraged a gradual expansion of the structures and services. As rumors spread of the growing community of academics in the area were further inundated by Eorzea students hoping to share their renowned wisdom with Charlians. 50 years later, the Forum passed the motion recognized what had become flourishing town as the official Solarian colony. Eorzean residents took to calling the colony itself Solarian, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussing and turned to the subject of the motherland. Found some Solarian inhabitants, when pressed, would name simply refer to as the Emporium. Following the Great Exodus, however, the goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave yet another name, Idleshire. My chapter is going to introduce the most prominent features of Idleshire. The book does not appear to contain additional information on the form. Okay. Okay, I didn't know that Idleshire was a colony of Shaleria. I missed that when I was doing all that content. That kind of makes sense, right? Because, like, not that one. Like, Idleshire is, like, the most western portion of which would be closest to this place, which is old Shalarian, right? I see, not all the books are relevant. Voice of a growing city. In the years which followed the founding of the Shalarian, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Alessia, the public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, the format became increasingly impractical. The larger number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays in vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail the protracted discussions, but in the year 201 of the Sixth Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Shalarian would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of a nationwide vote. Thus was the form, and we know it today, conceived and created. Alright, well, that was relevant. Finally, introduction to the heavens. That doesn't sound like it's relevant at all, but let's read it anyway. Have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein? I speak not of the shifting cloud patterns, but of the vastness beyond, of the sun and the twinkling tapestry of the night. Learn more for 3 easy payments of $9.99. Some think of the dome above us as the finite space, yet amongst the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar's depiction of the boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. Alas, the heavenly sea remains an unchartable, unknowable destination. There are few indeed who can explain in satisfactory detail why our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. It was a technologist of Elag who came the closest to understanding the laws which govern the starry abyss. It was they who launched Dalamud and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Having read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? What if I were to tell you that the eternal constellations were arranged differently in the distant past, that their positions continue to shift almost imperceptibly by measuring as we journey into the future? Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart and may indeed do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? The book is the wrong subject. Okay, but it was interesting. Jeez. This one's well worn. Forever 20 Summers. My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health and neglected to feed and rest your body as you should all the time? I too once engaged in such foolish practices, but one night engrossed in philosophical study, I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to reckless abandon, we have very few years in life in which to achieve our goals. That's accurate. Thus, do not share with you this mantra, I am forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant. You could be 19 or 23 or 40. Whatever age you are when you discover this manual, let that be the age you aspire to remain. Though mindful, healthy living, and to the extended time available to spend upon your chosen research, another day, another moon, another summer, to grasp the full truth of your pursuit. In the pages that follow, we'll explore the secrets to maintain one's physical condition in a biological, ethological, and arcane viewpoint. Gotta work out every morning. That's the key. It helps. I was very sore this morning, though. It was a rough workout this morning. Time-worn tome. During the chaos of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, Archon Nurkov, Commander of the Shalarian, bore witness to the madness and savagery the men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising the settlement to an island of the northern empty, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. The Shalarians took to heart the words of the Savior, and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon a foundation of accumulating learning, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born from the strength of minds rather than the strength of arms. With knowledge of economic came the shrewd trading. With knowledge of architecture came bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells of sewers, ending squabble over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered with wealth in coin, and the more wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was no matter of trials and tribulations of an age that the citizens of Chilean would become the founders of teachings. For the sake of a better tomorrow, and for the sake of a brighter star, they would ensure the tools of war, and with the knowledge deliver the world. You have gained a fundamental understanding of Chilean history and the foundations of form. Head outside. But there's more books we haven't read yet! Oh, maybe not. Maybe that was the last one. Yeah. Actually, it looks like that might have been the last one. Sweet. Sorry, were you waiting long? That was Alice. I wanted to make sure I'd borrowed the least of the few promising volumes. Alpha and Crilly should be along shortly. I was laid in similar fashion as far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks mention the final day specifically, so we have no choice but to start the tangentially relevant tomes, if they are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare and share our discoveries as we make them. There's a really cool shot of him in the libraries, like really, really deep down in the trailer they released a while back, the CG trailer. Oh, which, Chris Larkirk is a cool character. It'd been nice to invite everyone to the estate. Plenty of comfortable places to read and supply of hot tea. Oh, I was already quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss home. Been difficult. After arrival, we managed to speak to one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphinaud and I were to return to Charlian, we are not to be allowed across the threshold. No. Harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts understand his position, and that the forum will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend the rift one day, I'm certain of it. And what have you, Graha? Have you been able to visit your family, or do they not live here in the city? Ah, well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Charlian, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Isambard, in fact. For generations, my people have dwelt in Corvos, the coastal region opposite of the island of Lanavir. The Alligans founded a city in their fertile land by ship, brought in the subjugated tribes of Meokriti to serve as laborers. Of course, the massive earthquake and the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign. When the Fifth Calamity froze the seas solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvos began their journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, and they might prevent the remnants of Allagan technology from being misused. Isn't Corvos under Gallian rule? For the past... Oh, God! When I was a boy, a nearby town came under jurisdiction of a lesser Imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allagan civilization, so the tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, the voices have been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allagan Eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Fear discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge of the Magician's Allag. As the last child born with the Allagan Eye, I was given over to the custody of friends and the students of Baldison, who had me registered as a Charlayan citizen. I never considered, forgive me, I was an unkind question. Even Thrancat was taken in by the Archon Louis, so was he not? Stories of adopted wives and rescued orphans are more common among Charlayans than you might think. Yet regardless of your origins, we all provide equal opportunity to learn, and with sufficient practicality, we outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. This is exactly why I love this country. Oh, I almost wish it remained a nation of which citizens could be proud. Hear, hear. Another good reason for the bottom of the forum's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of impending doom. Yes! Doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway in these books, Sargato. More company should be arriving any moment now. Ooh, so fancy. We return with our selections. Although I must say the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mistress Krill has already flicked through every historical book devoted to disasters, and more than a few which barely made a mention of them. As such, we'll be looking into research papers on the Umbral Calamities, as well as the articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps the knowledge of the final days come from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events in Oromat's firsthand, and I fear I might be overlooking some critical details. My thanks. Now where to begin? First things first, what kind of phenomenon did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion, meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indestructible abominations prowling the streets. The more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived to the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To their best knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. The shoulder surmises that the closest known magic is that of summoning rituals promulgated by the Asians. Was there aught else to note which heralded their approach to the final days? Yes. Who spoke of it, did they not? We never did hear the sound ourselves, of course. Thus, we're in the midst of the madness. But it seems that each and every one of the catastrophes was preceded by this ominous noise. Eventually, it resounded all across the star, and not even Aramat was spared. The ground was crying out, you say? To be considered the harbinger of doom must have been quite distinctive and probably quite loud. I'll speak to the Normans Mammoths after any books that make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? Yes, with Elizabeth serving as his heart, so many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiark brought salvation to the star, only that by his godlike will were the laws of nature set right. Then, once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Life sprouted anew, and those of fledgling souls intended to render into Zodiark a trade that would have allowed him to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or might have, had Venat and her followers not manifested opposition in the form of Heidelin. Thank you, both of you, for the very detailed review. I feel much more confident about my understanding of events. Good. All that fresh in mind does make me wonder why the Telephori truly mean that they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're doing with those towers of theirs, is forcing people to summon primals. A kind of catalyst? Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by the unstable creation magics? That's possible. Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech, a convenient metaphor for the scale of structure they plan to unleash? This is all pointless conjecture at this stage. Let's return to our attention to the forum, shall we? We should keep an eye and shoulder, but it is to begin studying these research papers. Ugh. On the last my extended search for an Archon stacks produced one of two possibly useful books. But I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Naranga learned the source's reflections from the Jern oracles. For the potential cause panic and confusion, that tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Google Library. It is even less likely the knowledge of unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on the shelf for any curious scholar to find. Stands to reason that my colleagues, be it Archon or counselors, should perforce a large ignorant on the subject. Yet when you confronted Master Forachant with knowledge of the Teleforal and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know how if the final days were truly upon us, which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Not to excuse myself from reading duty, whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work to everyone. Making me read more? What? Man, could you imagine, like, having a nice little place to sit and read and share ideas with people? And you labor for what feels like age as you shoulder the research assistant. I am the research assistant. Oh dear, you look exhausted by what of your studies. Were you able to find any of the books on the subject I mentioned? The day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a mammoth at the reference text will point you in that direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well bit of rest. We might be occupied with the research for quite some time. Ready for a tea break, sir? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders about to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around a bit. You know the last stand down at the harbor, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables and I'll treat you their coffee. It's quite good. Alright, I'll be there. As busy as ever, I see. How very Charlene of you. You know the Gourmet Cafe has sprung up to compete with customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions? Engage the mood of the city. I'm interested in what these average citizens have to say about the Telephary. We might even be learning something. What do you think? Yeah, I mean, I'm there with you, Pick. And, like, my nice gamer chair broke again, so I gotta go get that fixed again. And this chair is doing nothing for my comfort.
What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of his private respite? If you're looking for our table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. You misunderstand, sir. We are simply asking if you knew the Telephary, these enemies, the peace promised to end all the world will dear end. What? You're from Lost in Heaven, you girl, aren't you? And this man with you is obviously a foreigner. I had heard you were drowning and helping outsiders indulge their barbaric whims, and here you are giving truth to the rumor. I'll thank you to leave me be. I have naught to say to the likes of you.
Well, I must apologize. 'Twas foolish of me to expect one civilly from one so enlightened. Come, Sargato. Yes, I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Pray excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on the telephony and the unconstitutional plan. My goodness, if it isn't the young Miss Levenure. My apologies, but I work in the offices of the Forum, and if word reached Master Fortunat that I was helping you... I see. Well, I'm sorry to bother you. I saw your hydrate. I can't do anything about it right this second. Sir, welcome. May I offer you today? Wait, is that Mistress Alize I see there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon, the owner of The Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion in between lessons at the studium. That seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alphinote had set sail for Orzia, but then you never came back. Lately, there's been gossip that your father disowning the pair of you. Everything alright at home? Fuck no, it's not. It's complicated, and I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Levent here. No matter how discreet Master Flochamp may have been, news of your family's doings never stays secret for long. That being said, what they are, what brings you back to the city now of all times? I have questions and only Charlene has the answers. Tell me, Master Dickon, have you heard anything about the apocalypse called the Final Days? What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here to find, information on this apocalypse? Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak to me. I wish there was more I could do to help. Maybe there is. You're a visitor, Charlene, aren't you? Then few will know your face. We should be able to pass you off as a server, with none the wiser. We just finished prepping a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're sitting down the food. You might get the answers you're looking for. Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? That's the spirit. Now pay attention. I'll explain where each of these dishes need to go. The tea set is for the chatty group sitting near the water's edge. The almond is for one of the regulars, Highlander by the name of Gilsha, sitting at an outside table with a friend of hers. Behind them, you should see a Miyako gentleman who ordered the oven-baked lobster. Got all that? If you're not sure, just ask again, I'll explain. Good luck. Oh, my tea set. Lovely, thank you. The Telefa who? I'm sorry, I've never heard of them, or their final days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events now. If you wanted to hear about the ritual arcane practices of the 6th Astral Era, or common hysteric, then I'd be happy to talk your ear off. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, you get the omelet. Ah, finally. 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's dig in. No time to waste. What? The Telefono? Ah, yes. I remember seeing the name in the latest Gazette. That and some grand claim about the end of days. Same old senseless warmongering. When will these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood? Best to stay out of it. The Forum made the right choice, and hopefully support the decision to remain neutral. Oven baked lobster. Ah, yes, the oven baked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've scrimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. Earlier, we learned that our food is considered to be very bland. The final days, this is the first I've heard of it. Although it would explain my friend has been rushing off his feet. It must be a busy time to eat a gleamer. You don't know what a gleamer is? They're a collector's sort. Travel, they would produce things we haven't got here in Shalendia. Priceless books and usual life specimens and so forth. So I name these people folk with the reapers in their fields. Picking up every grain which is missed. By accounts, gleaming is most meticulous and demanding a profession. If these telephony make good on their audacious threats, then they may catalog rarities could last forever. Why else would the gleamers be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbor and you'll see what I mean. They're cutting loads in the docks all day and they've never been as hectic before. Not like this. So the trade city is dead, but the scholarly city is super, super busy at the docks. That's interesting. No, I understand, Pick. You're at work, right? So, alright, I gotta go get that water. Oh, God. Oh, I should grab a pillow or something to sit on, too. That would help. Oh no. Zach is talking. Let me do one more thing. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, the belt's going away is... It's a thing. How do I access my... Interesting. Because I know, like, the belts are... You can sell the belts of lost antiquity now. Show out the customers you'll get when talking. Interesting, they seem to have the final days aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Dickon had nothing to do with Offer. He's been the best source of gossip in the city. Farm does have secret knowledge. They have done an impressive job of ensuring no one else whispers the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here's a cup of coffee as promised. I get a rewarded coffee! Let's enjoy a drink somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle, away from the gossips and the wagging tongues. Oh no, Alice, I'm sorry! I'm sorry this is hard for you! I'm sorry, Alice! The clan hunt board is recovered and bills assure the detailed wanted monster. However, you're unable to accept any of these bills posted at present. Okay, I can't do those yet. Dang it. Dang it. That'll be important. Yes, this should do nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight. Oh, poor Alice. Okay, I didn't hydrate yet. Alright, pick. The water.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing.
Alright, hydrated.
It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant.
Fuck, this is a beautiful shot.
The decision was made to come to Charlian. Graham said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been. How being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently. They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos.
Labyrintho, what?
A vast complex beneath the island. Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility.
You mean like a bunker to preserve after the end of days?
Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait, didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual?
Yes.
Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats.
Mm-hmm.
And if the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
Yep. I still got my sword earrings. Finally, we did it! Level 81! Now all my classes are out of sync! No! Alzay is excited to share your revelations. We should tell you what we learned about the Gleaners. Go ahead and back to Naaman. I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickin will want his cups back. Can I? Nope. Back to the stadium. Splishing, splashing. Let's take in a bath. Do 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 do. How's the moon doing up there? You doing okay, moon? Wow. That was a shooting star. That's pretty. I spent a lot of time looking at the skybox. It's quite good. You can see some of the clear constellations up there sometimes. Nifty. Welcome back, Sagrada. It's been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? Hi, 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 hi. Hi, kitten. Hi. I'm gonna hug you. I'm gonna hug you. I'm gonna hug you. Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up the information on the Gleaners. Such a good kitty. Yeah, let me scratch that chin ears. Just scratching. Just scratching. Just scratching. Makes sense. The Gleaners take their request directly from institutions and bureaucrats, but as you say, they ultimately answer the Forum. A sudden and significant increase in Gleaner traffic and cargo, it certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. Let's see if that theory can build from facts. As Yasholda observed earlier, Nanaron's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what Sargado and Alice learned about the Last Stand, we can reasonably sure that most Chileans know nothing about the particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but we're also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetuated by the Telefori is wholly unlike with the apocalyptic events. Whoa, Gamer DLM, thank you very much for that 100 bits. Also, why didn't the alert go off? Oh, there it goes. I did not know that the stretch to conclude with the Gleamer's recent activities are in service to the Forum's secret events. How you doing, Gamer? Thanks for stopping by. Which case, your next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves. And if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. What should we expect down there? Practical question. Oh, I would hate to spoil the surprise. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I would like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books. And be on your way. I'll see the East is returned to its proper place. That'd be a great help. Thank you, Raha. Let's head down the stairs over there, and I'll show you where the entrance is. Okay. Well, I hope you're having a good lunch. Hey, Alice. Ready? Labyrinthos is not too far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead, so stay close. It's pleasant here among the trees. So we really should go going along. How do I walk? Oh, scroll lock hides my UI? I didn't know that. Now we run. Try to keep up. Keep to the path, straight ahead. We cross this bridge. If we knew where we were going, we should race them, right? Up here? The raw star not far for now. It's funny, is like there's just so many people doing these right now. I can just literally watch the player ahead of me and see what path I'm gonna have to go. Not the biggest fan of these ones where you have to chase after something. The ones where you can have them like follow you actively though are pretty neat. Beware though, this door and down the stairs. You did remember to attune the shard back there, didn't you? It'll make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving. Yeah, I'm attuned to all the shards, I believe. She's a good kitty. Good kitty. There's a chocobo keep down here? Awesome. Talk to them first. And she's doing a chocobo porter. I hear yes. Now taking the liberty of securing permission for us groups descent. Right, everyone to the lift, and down we go.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves, and this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge, buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
So yeah, this was one of the shots I believe was confusing some people in the trailers because there was this weird dome over it, and everybody was like, "Is that the moon?" The answer is no. It's this place. Oh my god! Ugh.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then. Did you call to me just now?
Oh shit.
No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent.
It's your grandpappy.
I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
Oh, this always makes me really want to play like Final Fantasy like 3 and 5 and stuff. Some of the ones that I never got like all the way through. I got pretty far in both of them. Like in 3 I got to like the big twist moment. And in 5 I got to the third world. I think that's the least spoiler way to say things. Hey, here to help but give more headaches, because you don't have the look of Gleaner, and I'm in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues is so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have to pack up his marmots. They're running loose. Exhausted Gleaners, okay. I'm aware that Gleaners are exhausted right now. Let me think. The Thea seeds should be item 1058, cumin seeds 1059, sureberry 1060, or was it 1061? Ah, my head feels like it's stuff with mocha grass. Why more loads to take out and carry in? Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the Coriathine carrots for Eurabarian carrots? What then? Exchanges that taught you that large shipments coming in and out. Why would stuff be going out though? Again, like, to me, this kind of looks like it'd be a pretty good place to, like, rest out in Apocalypse, right? You want to know what I'm doing? Hauling books and ore and fauna. If it needs hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so, they take stock in Labanthos, you know, sort, tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this one before, though. They just did one a few summers ago, even. Then, with no warning at all, this mess might get dropped on our laps. Orders from the High, damned if I know the reason. Could be that a change in layout, preparing for the next big expansion. So they don't they don't know why they're doing it either. Alex, go. What tales do the Gleaners have to tell? I learned these 3 things. We can be mounted here, it looks like, too, which is good. So the grand operation began without warning, and for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else? That explains the haggard faces I've been seeing. Were we right? The forum is definitely up to something, and they're turning lamp throats upside down in the process. Hero appears lost in thought. We would do well to learn some of what specifically the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. If you're game, Sir God, I have an idea. I'm always game. Game. Didn't one of our Gleaners you questioned say something about escaped marmots? Perhaps if we were in the help to capture said creatures, we may incline towards a more friendly and enlightening conversation. In the meantime, I'll turn my charms upon this Gleaner here and see if we can't compare notes. Happy hunting! Yeah, of course you're gonna make me go do the hunt. Why would I think otherwise? Well, you are the protagonist after all. You wish to help me find the varmints. I have nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering out of the goodness of your heart, I'd welcome the assist. You have knowledge, and in this city, baby, knowledge is everything. The name is Enville's friend, a specialist in collection of live specimens. That said, a capture of mine Nargaxian marmots is on trial. I have no desire to repeat grizzled mice, they call them. For the mercy, there are no marmot species on the tier at present, so there should be no mistaking the little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in the sack. Gently, of course. Alright, in the sack they go. You want to begin? Well, not scamper around here. You need to widen your search of the surrounding forest. And you guard the beasts out there that won't hesitate to prey on a marmot or you. Okay. I'll search the trees, the west, eastern part of the forest. All yours, good luck. Thanks for giving me the part that was closer, maybe, huh? Oh, this is like an adventure zone. We're not in the city technically anymore. I see. Oh, that's neat then. I suppose I should summon backup, eh? Come to me, backup! Assist me, holy bird! Don't run away, go in the bag! Barely you have raided the sack of the grizzle and scampers off to the neighbors. Ah. The answer is my motorcycle. Squeak. Bag. Bag it! Gosh darn marmots! It's trapped now, maybe? Grab it by its tail, then drop it in the bag. Squeak. More prepared for the speed this time. It's successfully enclosing the sack over your elusive prey. How'd you fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack. This is 1 accounted for. The sack is squirming! It's a squirming sack! Oh god! Ah, there's the odd marmot out. Wait here a moment while I put their friends in a holding cage. Also, is this a boy bunny? That is a boy bunny. Nice. First NPC boy bunny. Oh, stretching. I think I might need to go for a little walk. I'm gonna take a lunch break. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They're held up in isolation, but that's too much to release them back in the habitat. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so quickly. You have my thanks. Which asked you to capture them in the first place? Why, the authority in charge of Labyrinthos, now on perpetually the same officials have been that's working day and night. The honorable members of the Forum. Who else? Suitable for consumption and easy to breed. Those were the 2 conditions I was given. Stock. Procure. I don't know what the Forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least, I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. They're building... So maybe the stuff they're sending out then. Here you are, Sargato. I'm not dying. The Gleamer you mentioned, the one that was looking for the lost marmots. Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk, anyway? I'm Krillo, the students of Baldisin. These are my associates. Truth be told, the Forum's decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us, and that's why we made the send to Labros. We were hoping to seeing those decisions put into action, we might be fully understand more of the reasoning. Why is it practical? Never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls other animals to capture and enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't offer you more of your services. But you gave me knowledge, and knowledge is important. Did you learn anything new from your friend there? So we've confirmed that the order of its ambition operation did indeed come directly from the Forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I'd say what fits everything we've heard thus far. We also discovered that the operation was begun. The Forum contracted the Gleaners guildship and put the people at work on some 4 days after the Telephone made their chilling declaration. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners keep abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus, I'm inclined to trust that the calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives the distinctive impression that the undertaking was a sudden, unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive structuring of Labyrinth's its archives could have been planned in such a brief window. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but waiting the right time to put into effect. And the Talafo's declaration is what's set in motion. That's what it looks like. Seems likely, but let's see to the conclusions. I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos to learn more facilities we visit. More pieces of the puzzle will start to stand out. In that case, how about we head to the Archon? Archeon? From there we could reach the lower... Real, what's wrong? I'm fine, truly. The sudden descent has left me with a bit of headache, that's all. Nothing will stop me from soldiering on this beat. Oh, is she getting tempered, maybe? At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to the Arcanian. We follow the path east to the forest, which we're chasing after the mouse or marmot, was it? Anyway, it's the trolls you need to watch out for. I already killed like 2 of them. It's pretty pretty. Yeah. I know what you mean, Zach. I was going to do Red Mage this expansion, but then I decided at the last minute that since this is supposed to be like the last expansion, that I should finish it with what I started with. So that's why I went with Black Mage. I'm going to go throw my lunch in the mic. Quick. Why is Pick doing a sip? Probably gonna do Paladin since it's the job. Sorry. Does seem like a little bit. I mean, Paladin seems neat with the eventual stuff with Cecil, and then I think they released the pictures from the first sets of armor from the expansion, and all of them are inspired by Final Fantasy Force characters. So you get like Cecil's Paladin armor, basically, which looks really good. Like I want to level Paladin mostly for the glamours. I want the Agrius armor, although I don't know if the Agrius is necessarily tied to Paladin only. Yeah, that's what I saw. There was a screenshot that had everybody wearing it. Like the Summoners looks like Rydia, and the Paladin looks like Cecil for sure. We might have to do Dragoon for Kane. Final Fantasy IV is definitely like my favorite Final Fantasy game. That's another big part of why like this whole expansion is like my jam, you know. They sure like to use these giant cliffs to stop you from getting places they don't want you to go yet. I could join this fate. No. We're not ready to do that kind of grind yet. The lunar whale mount. Kind of want that too, but I think it's like $40 or something. The motorcycle's fun. And then the Final Fantasy VII music is quite good too. That's very normal looking aetheryte. Oh, I had enough for something. Behold, the Archeon has Neon and serves as Chilean's literacy archive. This structure holds the house city's wealth of material data. This architecture, too, is similar to the building. You can see merely an upper entrance and access point to the vaults carved in the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples of specimens as well as detailed records to describe them. In manner of speaking, the Archeon contains a physical history of Chilean's unwavering dedication to accumulation of knowledge. Neat! Well, we won't learn anything of value staying out here. Let's proceed to the main building and speak to the custodian. Alright. Yo, custodian, what's up? It's me, Sergato. You got some stuff for me, huh? I challenge you to a children's card game. That thing is terrifying. Let's open with the power move, I guess, then. Can you play the Pokemon card game this time? No. Only triple triad. I mean, I was never known for being courteous, Pick. I think most people that know me pretty well know I'm a pretty mean and rude person, you know? We got it! The troll card, heck yeah. Thank you, friend. Alright. Did my thing go off? Sure. doubt this is a voice acted cutscene, but here is hoping so I can get some food. Ooh, it might actually be. Nope. Greens are here to pursue the Archeon's vaults. Peruse, you are clearly not Gleamers, then. Might I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Balthasar. But is that relevant? I was given the belief that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Interesting. The service has also been suspended, I'm afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the convergence of the inventory. Stuff's good. But is this as far as we can go? This is coming again after a restructuring effort was completed. So close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach, so let's step aside for a moment, shall we? Doing some Balsadon. His eyes were definitely red, too. We are in impasse, so we have no other leads. I should like to pursue this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by Hartford pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. And so we're going to try to help with the restructuring now. Hey, you look like you're bone weary. Worker? Need help? What's that? Take down and live with me. Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day, and I feel I found my spare moment to rest up. See the cleaner heading out the gate there, though? Showing a large pack, engaging with some manner of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below when he's done. Whatever he's doing. Cool. Alright. We have another one we gotta talk to over here before we can do that? Probably. Am I taking lift? No, we're just students. Not less into the Archelian, even though we found. Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere. But it's wandering about tranquility, and so we thought we'd donate to the vaults. Squeal, squeal. Ah, still squeal, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we have to take care of it until the Archeon was opened up again. That seems important, but okay. This is actually quite good. I've never tried one of these, like, lunches that they make. And literally just walked up. I didn't even look at what I grabbed. I just grabbed it. The cheese is quite good. Oh. Like, where is this guy? Never mind. Why? You'll frighten them away. Ah, it's you again. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The cloudkin I need to capture is very close. Want to help with that too? You spend your time in the unusual ways, my friend. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. Hornbill.
Fair shot.
Voiced.
Nicely done. Let me truss this one up, and I'll make my way over to you.
Also, I'm super happy I figured out which one it was first try.
There you are. Any new revelations?
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a gleaner's duties. But Not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Or a city or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will, of course, follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
We're gonna get sent down as animals.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down. This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos.
Ooh.
While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you'd do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
Mm-hmm. Assuming everyone's setting their straps and check their gear, then I say we head and given the train ahead, we might be wise to leave some distance between us. Don't want any stumbling over each other comes to fight. Take it slow and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up on the end of the tunnel. Yeah. Kitten. I think I should go grab it. The aetheryte. Ooh, a vineyard. Ooh, pumpkins. Aha, now I know where we are. This is Merrill Agronomics. This hosts a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. And it is this facility that coordinates the oversee those efforts. The fruits of the research go to feed Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. More nobly successful, take it to Agoria, food so exotic, you might be hard-pressed to guess their origin. I mean, no, learn how they taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name, only a list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. I see no gleaners hereabouts, yet these workers seem to share the same sense of urgency. It's possible they know something of the forum's plans and underlying motivations worth looking into, wouldn't you say? See what you can coax from the workers, the rest of us will do the same. But any useful clues? Ooh. Oh, hello there. We weren't expecting visitors, not with us used to the lift being restricted. How'd you make it down here anyway? Mine shaft, you say? Well, that's much hardier soul than I. In normal circumstances, I were such nasty with the guided tour of the fields, but I'm afraid the forum has us filling out order lists some melon long. Massive yet detailed requests, literal wagon loads of crop samples, and hardly any time to put it together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed that we would be shuffling around old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we've already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation, but was met with the vague assurances that all be revealed in due course, not the most satisfying answer. Huff, do I have aught to be taken down below? More than I can carry, and then some. Most of our stocks is sent off via cargo lift, but some has been earmarked for aerial transport, hence the stack of crates at the top of the hill over there. God's hauling the top of that slope was a job and a half. Sorry, boss. What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grape. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect, hardly surprising given that the native to this particular locale is the very place which Labyrinthos was modeled, a region in the south of Isambard. It boasts remarkable habit diversity, allowing a myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperate plains, which transition to a hot, humid coastline. This bountiful territory is ever contested, as you might expect. It used to be called Corvos before the Imperials named it Locus Eminios. Oh shit! They're trying to get the what? The forum saw it not as a prize, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one whose climate we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments in cultivation. Why would they want to relocate to Corvos? And that's a galleon location too, so. Deals these crates tell the story of the contents, bundles of common seeds and saplings accompanied by sheaves of reports.
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion. You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Charlian at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild.
Sorry guys, both my hands are currently being used to scritch kitties.
With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence.
Solace theme. Well,
Have you learned aught of interest?
the witch's theme, technically, but
A flower that reacts to one's feelings? Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we fail to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly. Isn't that the entrance to the Archaean? Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member, or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
I mean, technically he's already an accomplice because he already gave us some tips.
I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions, and no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
Whoop. She did not dismount in a very regal manner.
We can apologize later.
Oh!
Right now, we need every
Stretch! Oh, I think I need to go for a walk here in a little bit.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all... Crier?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
Something going on.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
can almost reach you.
Yeah, Pick, I'm sorry your hot water machine broke. Still feeling I'm all never seems so distracted. Keep an eye on her. Keep moving too. There, Aquarius boy. Aaronville is heading westwards along the path outside the Archeon. Come on, we can still catch him. Okay. We're just gonna try to clear as much of this map as it'll let me. Imagine we're gonna get to a point where I can't get down there. This might be it. Damn it. Sorry. All these side quests, good for leveling up the next job, you know. You can improvise the coffee machine skin now. Good. Sup, Shady? Should be its own lift so that you can access the upper level. Here's a meeting place. Happen to find Aaronville in the company of said agent. We cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance and nonchalantly stroll past. It's going good. I mean, undetected. Linger behind the vanish themselves. Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Oh man, we're going invisible. Hippity hop, my little toads. Oh, we're getting toaded? Goodness. And the custom transfiguration. Worry not, we're off for the passage of time. I suggest you and your Greek companions hop along and catch up. Everine, should you feel the magic's fading, return to me and I'll refresh the enchantment. And what am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'd be as likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would learn anything of note. Which reminds me, where are the creature's hereabouts in that form? You are essentially defenseless. You have changed into a toad. You must remain transfigured in order to progress this quest objectives. Return to your transfigured state, you are to move away. Look for your map to transfigured area effect. Use shoulder to restore your transfiguration. Got it! Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Alpha Toad and Alpha Toad are not accompanying you. Got it. Yes, this is the new thing they added where you can get actual, like, NPC characters to, like, actively follow you. And, like, it works pretty well. I'm pretty happy with it overall. The first time they can do it, it's to explore the town. As they have multiple locations you can go to, like, get extra information, basically. Which I think is neat for the people that want the deeper lore information. Having an option to get to it is cool. Oh, like this. So if you like click on them, you can get like more information. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. The attempts to fail is to shake his head, but you nevertheless understand he's telling you this is the wrong way.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Oh no, she's cute. Why am I getting bead?
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Charlayan scholars and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Charlian was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the forum.
He had a fair point! Workers' rights!
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full. While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
Because that kind of toad isn't in here.
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
That was good. That was really good. I like that a lot. That was really neat. That character is definitely becoming my favorite so far in this, so. Why do we try to fool someone who hunts animals, right? Okay. Alice A is staring off in the direction of Arieville departed, a thoughtful look on her face. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and the commitment of all of its resources? Judging by the way just heard, none of the Gleaners were offered any sort of explanation to the point. It seems abundantly clear that they learned nothing by pressing them further. We should head back to Yashola moment, whatever. Welcome back. I trust you found it. Here's the information we have. Boop, 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 boop. Interesting. I have a feeling you'd learn something important, even if it's something that's simply confirmation no one else knew anything about. We should share this with Creeley and discuss how they want to proceed. When we find her back at the farm, she's still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and hear her rest. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking any of the floor? Oh God, why'd you leave? Clearly leave. Still trying to figure out too, cause like the little bit we know about this place, and like what we know and learn and whatever, right? So. Where'd she go? Oh, there's a one we gotta do. Okay. Those things sure look cool. I'm having a really good time, but I am ready to take like an actual like I said. I know this is where I normally take my like lunchtime walk. So, is that up top? No, it's in the caves. Okay. But I want to get to the next like major benchmark thing, which is when we have to I think go back to the room after finishing stuff. So right. Wait, did I pass it? Oh, hi, Chen. I can't actually see what Chen said, though. Gotta move this. Your Final Fantasies to hold hands with me? Oh, thank you, Chen. Appreciate that. Here, let's just, like... No, we gotta go this way now? Okay. Is there a motorcycle red? No, I don't think so. Maybe they're just wearing red. Ah! We must push on, Pick. I'm just gonna rock around the block quick. It's also kind of cold and icy out there today, though, so... I am also kind of a little hungry still. Just should probably make toast or something. Oops. Hey, chat, I have 69 greens. Thanks, Pick. Alright, we're going for this next part. Got a rendezvous back. That's up top, though. Okay, so we'll teleport there in a moment. Fucking love this. Like, that, like... I love, like, the Greek architecture and stuff, too, that they've got going on here. And it reminds me a lot of the, in the Dragon Quest world, like, a lot of times, like, there's, like, in 11, for instance, right, you've got that race of people, it might even be called Charleans in that, too, that are, like, defending against, you know, the dark powers, basically, and they live in a very similar kind of looking society. Oh, no, I'm gonna die. Wow, okay. There's not usually this many people in Alda. There's a lot of people in Alda right now. Holy shit. Okay. We need to teleport back. Shit, we're gonna end up on the top of the steps anyway now. We have reduced rates and it's still gonna cost me like 900 to make this teleportation. Ooh, a delivery Moogle. I don't care about your troll stuff, man. I do like how the NPCs kind of hang out after the quest stuff, too, now. They're much more, like, in the world. You can, like, see him walking away and trying to find the thing. There we go. Come here, Shagles. Oh, I'm so glad you're unharmed. You're all safe now. Come on, let's go home, sweetie. Brilliance, buffoon, grr. The Archeon is under threat. I must do something, grr. What is this threat? Grr, you can understand me? Wait, are you able to communicate with him? Incredible, I've never met someone with such a skill before. This bundle of joy was born in Labyrinth, however, he was abandoned by his mother in quite the state by the time we found him. He possessed remarkable intelligence for one of his kind. We've elected to use him as part of a study into effects of growing up artificial environment. I had seen him making gestures that indicate he'd been reading the tomes here, but I thought he was just copying those around him. I think he actually understands speech. Though I do wonder exactly why you're able to understand him and I'm not. I have the echo! Really? Oh, well, I wouldn't give to understand him too. Oh, hey, Sar's playing the thing he said he was going to play yesterday, I imagine. Hope you got some decent sleep, Sar. Well, I overslept. I didn't make it for launch. I was on at 5, so about 2 hours late. But by the time I got on, like, all the login drama apparently was fixed, so I didn't have any major issues. What was he saying? Yeah. And I had to run my kids up to school. So, like, that was a little bit of a break. But I've been going pretty much nonstop since then. But this side quest has bored me at this point. Talking troll doesn't interest me. I just want this bad boy right there. Give me my Aether Current! Which I jumped off a cliff trying to get another Aether Current and then died to an enemy. So, now we have to head all the way back down the hill. Oh, Squiggles has a quest for me. Sorry, Squiggles. Your quest is probably never going to get done. Or at least not done on this job. We might come back and do it later. What are you doing, Zaid? I do want to pirate more too, though, because I was having a lot of fun with that. And then obviously the ridiculousness that we got those double breaths in the same place or whatever. Also, I guess I didn't realize that you could have like multiple sheets of quests either. I always got worried about picking up quests when you, like you do the, what's it called? When when you get your, you get to 5 with a reputation with something, and then you go accept those, like, bonus quests, basically, or whatever, right? That, like, overriding something I'm actually working on, so. Yeah, I didn't know that either. Again, that means I usually didn't grab them because I was worried about them filling up my inventory and then getting rid of the quests I'm actually trying to get done, right? Ooh, look at that monster! That thing is cool looking! It's level 90 though, and also like one of you are supposed to kill him like a kill group. Can I get the map reveal here? No. What if I like, glitch to the door, maybe? Oh, never mind. It's not a glitch thing. Maybe this is how you get down there then? Okay. Hey, Hester. Got it. Yeah, so now obviously I'll grab stuff more willy-nilly in the future. I am kind of at the point where I need a little bit of a break though. But I want to get back to the there was a point where your quest line split. You could pick if you wanted to go here first or here first, right? And I completely finished the one side of it. And now this is wrapping up this side of it, which this side felt a lot longer, a lot more in depth, to get there. But I think we're close. Protect me, bird! Yeah, but I'm having a good time so far. So far, the expansion's been really neat. The areas have been breaths of fresh air. This place it seems to be very like Greek inspired with all like the architecture stuff like that with the columns and things, and like the learned ways of like discussing topics and like true democracy and things. And then the other area, there's already been a neat kind of twist that I did see coming, but like still was pretty good. I freaked out a little bit on stream when it happened. And it's very much based on like it looks like an Indian culture basically, a lot of like elephant people and stuff, and they are amazing. I am super. I believe somebody earlier was commenting that they're like the beast race for that area, and I think that's right. Which is a little disappointing in the sense that like I would love to play as an elephant person, but we're also like at least 4 years away from that happening. Excuse me. Because Square, they've already announced that female Hrothgar are the next race they're going to work on getting into the next expansion. So. And then the other thing that's really funny, I really appreciate is, like, the first elephant person you meet is a fisherman. And, like, they got very chonky fingers, right? And stuff like that. And I'm just looking at them like, how the heck are you tying a fishing line with those chonky fingers? And I thought about it's like, well, they could be using a net, but even then, they'll like tie all the strings of the net together, right? Like, there's just the dexterity required to be like good at fishing. Like, I love it. There was a PC in one of the campaigns that I did. They met an Elefante. I think the Elefante, is that what they're called? And it was like a jeweler running like a store. and he tried to open the drawer of rings to find the ring of Loxodon. Thank you. He tried to find the a ring of protection or whatever they were looking for, and he's like struggling to pick up each individual ring and stuff like that, right? No, I think they were Loxodons. I think you're right, because I was using the stats. Yeah. But the Loxodon, they gave the Loxodon character stats in the Guilds of Ravnica expansion, and so yeah, I think it is the Loxodon as the elephant guy that I was using at the time. I cannot find Krill anywhere. But yeah, so you have this jeweler merchant trying to sell them rings, and he can't even pick up the rings himself because his hands are just, you know, elephants. Yeah. And I've only bought the Guilds of Ravnica one. I haven't picked up... I believe there's 2 more books now that detail Magic the Gathering settings in D&D rules. But, like, neither one of them has really... Maybe Strixhaven would be okay. It'd be interesting, theoretically. Well, yeah, they're like settings more than anything. Yeah. Oh, are there? Okay. Can I go in this tower? No. Brill, where are you? Not being able to fly and having to hunt and peck for this person. In the vicinity of the farm. Is it over here? Oh my god. I was thinking about it, and I'm like, they're probably back at the flowers, which is where they are. Looks like, yep. Well, and I think that some of the stuff with Strixhaven sounds interesting, but then a lot of it sounds really dumb to me. From like a setting. And I didn't play Strixhaven in Magic at all, so...
For you, the spell will keep it from wilting.
They were saying earlier how super rare those
You
were.
would need it for the journey ahead.
That's not creepy at all.
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Thank you.
Oh, fuck. That's not good.
Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment.
Yeah, I'm worried. I was right before, by the way.
I could not save the first from the flood of light. It has become arduous
Spoilers.
for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment.
Okay, sorry, I just need to take a hot second. So, at the very beginning of this expansion, you're on a ship, and you're sailing across the sea. And I immediately thought of, like, that scene in Final Fantasy X, where you, like, walk up on deck, and you, like, learn the jet shot from, like, the ghosty image of Jet, basically, or whatever, right? And my character walks up on the deck, and you see Heidelin in, like, ghost form go up to the front of the deck. You have this whole conversation with the ghost of Heidelin. And I'm just like, Heidelin's gonna teach me the jet shot! But I wasn't streaming. And I'm like, no one is gonna hear my genius! So I threw it in my FC's Discord server, and a bunch of people did laugh at that. But I was like, oh my god, this is so funny! She didn't teach us the jet shot, by the way. Yeah, we're going to the Ethereal Sea. Yeah, we're going there this expansion for sure.
After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wish that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well.
That's so fucking bittersweet. Fuck.
Her, and another who may yet have a part to play. Take the flower, walk free, for you are free, to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That bloom will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy, surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow.
This game is fucking good.
Raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away.
You beat the Eden Leviathan? Nice.
My apologies if I startled you.
Ghost
Ever
Train's
since
fun.
we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out.
This is problematic. So okay, let me think of a way how I want to do this. Okay, I'm gonna put something on the screen. All right, let's see here. Shrek, that'll work. Yeah, that'll work. All right, Shrek, and we're gonna put Shrek right here, right in the middle. Okay, all right. So, as long as I'm gonna talk a couple seconds here about some theory stuff and thoughts. Okay, so like if you don't want to hear that stuff, Zach, like, you probably want to come back after the Shrek is gone, okay? I'll take the Shrek down when I'm done with, like, my little thought rant here. Because this is speculation, and it's also kind of spoilers. You've already gotten far enough into Shadowbringers, Zach, that the, like, first part that I'm going to talk about, you've already got to, but, like, just in general, okay? So, like, one of the things that's revealed in Shadowbringers, Shrek is up, by the way. So these are spoiler conversations about Shadowbringers content. And I'm gonna take a step back even further because, like, for people that maybe are in here that don't know this, like, Final Fantasy stuff at all, in Final Fantasy 14 there are these things called primals, and like the primals are a pretty significant theme throughout the entire game. Like, generally speaking, when I talk to people and they ask about Final Fantasy 14 and like they play it and stuff like that, I'm usually like, yes, but like if you get to like the 23rd level trial against Infrit, and you do that, and you're not sold that the game is fun and worth playing, then the game is probably not going to be for you. Because, like, there's a lot of that kind of content in the game, and one of the things I love is the trials, because you go, you do them, and you're done. But basically, how those creatures are summoned, and the reason why you can constantly, repeatedly fight them over and over and over again, is that the various beast tribes in the world, is what you initially learn, are summoning the primals into existence. They basically will it. Yeah, it is. They basically wish their god to exist, and then they use aether crystals to actually give it body. But the thing is that, like, Infrit, like, didn't necessarily have to exist. Like, Infrit could just be what the manifestation of, like, what those creatures' faith were, and that makes it whole, right? And as you progress throughout the game, they start to kind of drop hints like, well, is Heidelin, who's been, like, kind of guiding your hand and helping you throughout the game, themselves a primal, right? Is it the will of the normal people, right? And like even the end of like the Bahamut Coil, which I just did this week recently, like the guy who like saved the world from getting completely destroyed at the end of the 1.0, the original Final Fantasy 14, before they did the reboot, like he did it by summoning a primal version of the 12 gods of Eorzea, right? Like he summoned physical gods and whatever, and then he himself became a primal in the process, basically, right? His will became a primal. And so, like, this whole primal thing is really, really important. And then, like, what you have, what they kind of imply to at the end of Shadowbringers is that, like, Hydaelyn wasn't brought into existence to save the world. It was brought into the world to stop Zodiark from saving the world too much, basically. Like, Zodiark was summoned as a primal, and it started to influence things, and Hydaelyn was kind of brought in to balance it out effectively, right? But, like, Zodiark is what the savior truly is, effectively, right? That's the shadowy, bringery part of everything. But the thing is that all these creatures, these primals, like, the wishes of people bring them to be, and they need a lot of aether, which is like the magic of the world, to come into existence. But then once they exist, they can temper people, right? Which is basically like mind control them or make them like brainless, basically, to like whatever the will of what they want is, right? And so with the evil primals or the normal primals, that's usually indicated by like red eyes. You know, they have red eyes, they have no will of themselves, they're kind of zombie-like, some other stuff happens, right? And like one of the theories they kind of lay out in Shadowbringers is the fact that like, is your character tempered to Hydaelyn, right? Are you just doing what Hydaelyn wants you to do because they've tempered you previously, and like the echo and the other thing like that is all basically just part of their influence, right? And so like her letting Hydaelyn take her over and having blue eyes, like, is she tempered? Like, and even when we came down and she started hearing things talking to her, whatever, you know, my first reaction was, well, are the Shalarians hiding something down here, a primal or something down here that's able to influence, right? And maybe the crystal form of Hydaelyn is in here, right? That would make sense. What's talking to her potentially, right? But is she tempered, right? Or are we tempered, right? And like, that's not good because then they don't have free will. And we found a way to like break the tempering process finally. That was a big thing, Shadowbringers too. But like, oh man. So sorry. All right, Shrek, go back to your swamp.
Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first. So weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, imagine my surprise to discover it was Hydaelyn herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress.
You can't be serious. We've done nothing wrong.
Uh-oh. Oh, father.
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian, a group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion.
What's that undertaking? They've got the crystal.
We will not risk its success by
that's gonna be my guess.
Disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What then is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Who?
Grah! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Oh, Gra.
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
I hate my headband, but I haven't been able to get back to a city where I was at Alda for a second.
Often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse.
Oh, we're gonna have so much discourse.
But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
Also, I want to know when Alphino is going to become a sage. Oh, the stretching. Oh, we're going straight into this, huh? Great. Guilty, guilty, guilty. It's gonna be like that scene from Chrono Trigger.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
The Forum will come to order. This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work.
We're not interfering.
They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian.
Baldessian.
These malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal
I don't
truly
think you're helping things, Ysola.
or are you so preoccupied with your Momentous duty of an age long past, that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention.
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions.
Okay.
At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd. From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea. You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what will you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle?
I mean, okay, so, yes, they were asking for direct involvement, but then the second request was, hey, could you at least tell us what you know about the end of the world that happened last time? And that's when they're like, no, we're not going to tell you anything. Like, just give us that knowledge. That would be like the minimal thing that you could...
We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission, not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortuno, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty. I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, hmm? By their own admission, these scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? No. If we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Order! We will have order! Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldessian are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlayan. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand. I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
This has been allowed to remain in the city. Analysts investigation have not been in vain. We now know that the mysterious duty that began with the horn discovered in the ethereal sea. Their freedom so sorely curtailed, however. They'll struggle learning aught more substance here in Sharlayan. Which is probably the end of the thing. Woot 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 woot. I'll say as look at dissatisfaction. The overall picture has grown clearer, yes, but that's not in spite of the Forum being so maddeningly vague about the duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Rival come that may, his father's words so vital that he takes precedence over his own family. The answer is probably yes. Alpha Nodalze, it is you. When I heard you've been dragged before the Forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I'm so very glad they allowed you to stay. Mother? Holy shit! Amelie Slivian, you're at your service. And you find people must be the signs of the seventh dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. Mother, please, we don't wish to make things difficult for you. Word is his father that you were here. Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking of my own children? I am well aware that you and Master Finachel are not on the best of terms at the moment, but I have been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. And you will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. Your timing could not be better. As matters stand, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Ankrad's group and reconsider our options. Go visit your home. We will be back in the annex when you are ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure. Sargato, what do you think? Sargato? The Sargato? Holy shit, big fan! Don't say it! Ah, but must be quick about it. Not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find him enjoying our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences. Alright, if you ever be so kind to escort my children to the estate. Okay! And she was gone without any opportunity to protest. Indeed, that matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. We get to do a walking quest again, chat! I apologize, mother was saying blah, 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 blah. Yeah, alright. Oh, I gotta talk to both of you? Alright. What I also love is, because they are concerned about people doing lots of G poses with the random people you can walk with, they want you on server instance 3 if you're gonna be taking lots of pictures with them. Which it is pretty cool. Like, there's no bubbles, it looks like right now, but there's, like, sometimes optional areas. Oh, here's actually one where you can get more details from them. And now let's say, however, the spirit was preempted to wander alone. Stay alone, but mother's servant was always nearby, keeping a watchful eye. As children often wait here for father to come home from work. Must have been a day when his meeting ran long, because I remember growing restless and leaning over the railing to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arrived at the exact moment, came pounding down the path in a panic, crying out my name. Aww. That's the thing I miss the most about being an only father, is that, like, after a long day of work, coming home, and then having the kids, like, literally running to the door to see you and give you hugs. Here we are at last. Please, do come in.
Welcome home,
my lady.
Holy shit, there's a lot of servants. I should have put my glamour back on. That headband is really bugging me. Not that I like a lot of the black mage stuff that like covers up your eye, but
What? What are you gawping at?
so headquarters must have seemed squalid indeed.
I'll have you know I'm quite fond of the Rising Stones.
Yeah, but what about the Rising Sands? Sorry.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
I want that outfit. Especially the gloves. To wear gloves? Ooh.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you'd accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying.
Yeah, like...
Some other worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again.
One of them is gonna fucking die.
Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name. It is plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would have...
Oh, fuck. There was one time we were fighting Bahamut, and Alizé almost died. True story, by the way.
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Please, for the love of God, don't go back to 2.0 when they looked exactly the same.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
If you would allow me, Master Alphino.
Ah, yes.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father. Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry. I am told these devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you before you run off are an observation and a suggestion.
Oh no! Don't die.
Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Beg for forgiveness.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
Alright, they're doing roulettes, and I'm gonna join them for that, but I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick here. So much for my walk, eh? Oh, wow, excuse me. Oh, hi, cat. Nobody. Hey, buddy. Wanna come say hi to chat? You almost never come say hi to chat. Come here. Oh. Cat noodle, apparently. I'm still on level 80 quests, and I'm at 80, almost 2. So. Man, I kind of want to, like, eat something sweet, but I don't really have anything in the house that's sweet. Only disciple the hand leaves, huh? Okay. Making bad decisions. Do 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 do. The God was making bad decisions. Reaper, okay. Oh. Yes. Yeah, that's... Yeah, let's do that. Why not? Making bad choices, making bad choices, making bad choices. Hey chat, you watch me make bad choices? Zach's still hanging out here? Zach, are you still hanging out? Zach's probably trying to get through the MSQ stuff, though. Yeah, that's fine. Do that. Oh no. I still don't know what happened to my chat in here. What are you doing to me? Doing to me, dog. Okay, let's finish this up. Let's go for it. Chat up. This is my first time seeing Reaper in action, so. I should have read the tooltip. That I was not expecting. We're almost there. After this one, we'll do a white magic. They make it harder to get the meters full now? Oh no. Ugh. Bum, 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 bum. on. I don't remember this dungeon at all either, so I'm wondering if maybe this is one that I've never done either. I'm just trying to do the best I can. Also, I like it now that if I have a full meter, that means I could do 2 full rotations of the stabby abilities. I don't think I could do that previously. But it does feel like it's like filling slower. But I don't know. I never mained Red Mage, so. And I gotta get Fletches in there more regularly too. I understand now. Okay. Oh my god, game. Actually, I think about it, my cutscenes wouldn't skip if I hadn't. They only skip if I haven't been here, so I've definitely done this before. Apparently, it's just been a while. Ooh. Bad choices incoming. Wah. I don't think we're gonna screw it up this time. That's good. Alright, my thing is here. Bad choices! Make bad choices! Make bad choices! Making bad choices. Making bad choices. Oh. It's okay. Alright, I think we're gonna do it this way. The thing is, I don't want to deal with, like, getting rid of chat coverage, so... Aha! Oh, they did put a spoon in here. Ooh. They're talking about the queue times on the EU servers are up to like 6,000 right now. It's so pretty. Oh man.
I'll cut you to pieces! I will not yield to you!
Sickness must be purged. And now the final cup. Mercy. You disgust me. Sickness must be purged. Be done with you. Sickness must be purged. Sickness must be purged.
Welcome back, Vic. Mm. It's not like after. I know, like sometimes it does that, like after midnight, where it's like, hey, another notification. I was craving something sweet, so I ordered something. That's why I'm currently concealed. No worries. Yeah, the new music is very, very good. I'm a big fan of this zone in particular. There's gentle plucks on the guitar and everything. We should go set up for the next mission while we're waiting for the queue to pop. I haven't got my walk-in yet because literally when I got done with the other thing that I wanted to get done before that, is when some of my FC members were like, well, let's do trials to get some levels for our... They're playing the new classes, jobs.
Your time in Thafnir has certainly been eventful. In my opinion, carrying out Beatrice's request and assaulting the Tower of...
I agree. While I still...
I mean, I've only got like 2 hours of light left here. I love this fight so much! Even though it's relatively easy. God, I haven't done this fight in a while either. It's the planet! Here it comes. I forgot to commentate somebody. Ah. Also have to rewatch that cutscene later. Actually, now would be. Oh God, no, no! Ah! Ice cream on the sweater, no! Gotta get that stuff out of here. The sweater integrity must be maintained. So you know, like ice cream containers, they have like the lid with the hole in the center, so that you can have a straw through it or whatever, right? And I'm sitting here trying to like get rid of the garbage and like just close it up like this. Yeah, it's closed. There's not a hole there. Oh my god. Alright. Alright, so here's the thing. The game is going to kick me out if I'm idle for half an hour. So I gotta try to make the walk less than half an hour. Also, I just realized that this zone does not have good music going. Oh. We could cheat. As long as I'm on the bike. Okay. So, I'm gonna go for a quick 10-minute walk, probably. Really quick. Just around the block. Oh, probably twice. To, get my blood pumping. And stop staring at screens for a couple minutes. Yeah, I know. You're angry at me. It's fine. Let's do this. Unlock it. Actually, you know, that's not going to work anyway, because when I go over to this other screen... That one. That's not even in my sources, so I gotta add it first. Just text. That's fine. Actually, just add a new one. There. Now let's make sure. Okay. So you can listen to this one Final Fantasy VII bop. And whatever other random sounds happen near me. For the next like 10 minutes or so. And then I will be right back. And we'll mute the mic too, just in case. Oh, well, when I said... Excuse me one second, I just need to do something. All right. Ah, breaking everything. Breaking everything. Okay. I still don't understand why we lost our... There we go. How did that... Okay. Okay. And then... There we go. Okay. Hi, it's me back again. How's it going? Woo! I'm all pumped up and hyped because I got some physical activity in me. Wee! Okay. We gotta go to the tower. It really sucks that I had to cut that cutscene short. But I mean, basically all they would have said is, oh yeah, we definitely gotta go to the Tower of Zot. Oh, it's super important that we go to the Tower of Zot. Don't you agree that we need to go to the Tower of Zot, everybody? And they're like, yeah. Just because like I've been in a billion of those cutscenes previously. But there could have been like some stuff about their mom or whatever. I don't know. What is that? Whoops. Okay, we got those two boys. Those are marked, so we got our 3 sacks of nuts now. I'm so confused what this fate even is. There's so many of them, I don't even understand like what's happening.
Boom! Boom, 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 boom. Ah, the friend of Eorzea. I'm expecting you and yours to lead a mission in the tower and old. The warning scales will be delivered soon. Till then, please stand by the boat when we're ready. When your fellows arrive, I'll direct them to join you. We pray for safety and success. Oh, I wish I had Alpha. He's so cute. I have the Chocobo Dungeon game for the Switch, and I've got Alpha as one of my teammates. It's great. Ugh. The future of Aether I travel, I think I'll stick to boats. Hey, no warning, however. Paddock could have prepared me for that. Account of which we are a little bit late, but fighting fit, mostly. My friends, permit me to thank you for accepting this mission. You must be, we should call you Rashan, I suppose. Indeed, it would not do to confuse our soldiers. Very well then. For our part, we are humbled that you should see fit to entrust us with your warding scales. Please convey as much to His Excellency. One for each of you. Please accept them with my blessing. Our thanks. With these, we can go anywhere near those the blessing of light can go. Not only for this operation either, but all the others to come, we could finally break your monopoly on primals. In that case, they're all yours from now on. Ah, but I'm afraid we can't let you retire just yet. You're the sign's brightest star, after all. If everyone is amenable to it, let's review the strategy for good measure. As previously agreed, we divide into two groups. Zagato and his band will break through the tower's defenses and locate its core. Meanwhile, the rest of us will tend to the prisoners, who will doubtless want for healing due to the duress of repeated summonings. The primals which the tower bringeth forth shall be deities of the Thanvarian myth. As we have no prior experience with such foes, pray exercise the utmost caution when confronting them. We commence the operation at your word, my friend. For the people of Tharvinar, nay, the entire world, we must prevail. With that iconic nod. Tower of Zot. Oh, come on, Crick, come on, Crick, come on, Crick. And I can use them as the trust party too if I wanted to. But I don't. Who would be the... Oh yeah, Gunbreaker tank. Melee DPS, range DPS.
Healer. Healer, range DPS. Maybe healer too, because he can do both sometimes. What does your shoulder even do nowadays? Range DPS, I guess? Oh. Pretty cool area over here. Jeez. We've got like probably another 10 minutes or so until the dungeon will pop potentially. So we're gonna have to. There's an ether current. This is gonna be my favorite one I get to do all day. Classic FF4 music! Ah! Mega Sisters. Whoops. Okay. I see. Oh, we're gonna fight them individually and then fight them all together? There's a trick to fighting the Mega Sisters in the actual Final Fantasy IV. I feel like it's you have to reflect some stuff. Because like one of them is always like the healer. One of them always casts like offensive spells. One might cast like debuffs or something. I don't understand that. This. Music is very good though. Digging this a lot. I'm very focused right now. Trying to make sure that I keep my combo up as much as possible. Use my circle as long as I can. Ley lines is down now. Change that. Flip this. There's one behind me that's going to do the same thing though. Step this way. Get back to fire aspect. Hit him with the fire fours. 1, 2, 3, 4. Saved it. I think I missed the event though. We got in cooldown ability can use there. One more of these. Switch over to ice. Oh no. I need to put my teleport on like a macro on my mouse. That's my oh shoot button. So I generally like the changes that they made. Basically what they got rid of is you don't have to recast the ability yourself manually. You just need to make sure that you're in the fire of the ice. But you still have to stay in the fire of the ice for it to not get lost and lose all of its progress. You still have to be very mindful about how you're approaching it. Hmm. Oh. The fuck? Oh no. Okay. Mm-hmm. Those are the really old. Oh, the wheel guy! Ah! That's stuff from Final Fantasy VI. Bum, bum. Fucking the music, so good. And if like the fact that I screamed when I saw the wheelie guy is any indication. I'm having a good time. Having a good. Cutscene. No matter the cost, we must protect the tower. Okay, well. Ugh. Oh boy, that was a lot. F's in chat! Ah! We did it. First try. Also, the numbers on the screen. Whoops. Let's go ahead and hide that.
Is everyone all right?
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
The lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
A quagmire? Best line read ever.
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Stola?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point. This is the core we seek. Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it. 'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look. Curious. There is something there, embedded inside the core. A man's limb.
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
Stinian makes me want to play a Dragoon.
And that should be the end of it.
What now?
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
Bully for you! And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
What of the prisoners below?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
I pray I'm not too late.
Ooh, new earrings. They're purple.
Oh, what happened? Where are we?
I feel like more questions should have been asked about the limb. Oh, is there a body part in the
By
tower?
my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood, but 'tis as if it never existed. Hardly a scratch. But how?
Graha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
He's gonna live! Ow. We didn't lose our first friend yet. Thank God.
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here. They'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more Porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, scions!
Hey, what's up, Dragon Buddy?
We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are,
Green
however,
Star.
in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
Dragon Buddy! He's actually cool! I was worried he might betray us and start slaughtering all the elephant people. Suppose I could take my boots off again, too. Those new earrings are tight. Like purple and glowy. Oh, the stretch. I'm got to 82 at some point. Living prisoners are being transported to Radat Sahan for treatment. Ozzy and Yoshola are seeing the administration of temporary treatment. I'll support those who need a healing spell or two. We'll go join them in the city once we have a moment to catch your breath. Alright. Okay, we're good. Let's go. You may enter the Tower of Zot with a party of NPC avatars. To make use of this feature, go to Trust Interface under the duty of the main menu. Trust, 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 trust. I haven't leveled any of my trusts up, so I don't even know how that works. Had enough rest, have you? You never were one to be idle, right? Basharn bade us come to Megaherda. Earliest convenience, the others will join us there once you finish your prison. Ah, wait a second. I thought you and Estina should go ahead. I need a quick detour by the great work. We left Gurhan with the alchemist's care, you see. Best to fetch him before he's crammed into a specimen jar. Just you and me, then. The guardsmen and the gate should let us through. Okay. Oh, alright. Well, see you later, Estinian. What's up? Ah, honored scions, you are free to enter at your leisure. As I cannot leave my post, I'm afraid you must take your own way. Should you require directions to the city, a sentry station, the fountain at the top of the steps should be able to assist you. Okay. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate the direction. Ah, that's my leg! Though I have been to Radatan before, this place is a veritable maze. Rather than risking loss, we best ask directions to the sentry at the fountain. Lead the way and don't expect me to act as your guide like certain others. Dean is now accompanying me. I can think of a couple people that, at this moment, are going to take lots of G-pose pictures with Justinian. Get all close to him. Little G pose. God damn, just let's go to Twitter. Like immediately. Oh my god. Oh no, where are the screenshots? In here? Man, I had them before. Here, maybe. Do 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 do. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Okay. It's in the annoying spot then, isn't it? In here? Yeah. And then that one? Oh, no. Damn it. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Man, I had it recently-ish. Oh, here. There we go. I'm just gonna... Yeah. All right. All right, back over here. Back over here. It's too good. Oh, okay. Master Sargad, I presume. I understand you're here for an audience with the Saw Trap. If you wish directions to Mega Huria, I should be glad to provide them. Saw Trap's residence situated in Daram, the highest point of Razahan. To get there, I would order you recommend a route that takes you by the bazaars in the city's north. Due to the state road, however, most businesses are currently closed and the Aetheryte is disabled. As such, I'll provide you with an alternate path. Please ascend the steps next to the fountain, continue left. There'll be more steps ascending as you emerge in the west path. Proceed with the large door on the right, and you'll arrive at Ruda da Fibers. Within you find another sentry who will give you further guides. I wasn't listening. Can I grab the Aetheryte crystals, though, as I'm going? The shards? I can, okay. He said the big Aetheryte was disabled, but... Can't get up there yet, because I gotta be up on the second level. I can't attune to a temporarily disabled one? Come on. The heck is that thing? Roaring scales, absolute fascinating, confess. Oh, right. This is the town of Alchemy. The giant alchemy machine, then, eh? Neat. There's a lot of people gathered here. Looks like there'll be a cutscene I gotta do there eventually. There's another aetheryte crystal back there to attune to. We want to attune to all the crystals. All the crystals will be mine. They will all be mine. There's another hunt board back here. Yeah, this is still a level 81 quest, so we're still above on level-wise so far, which is good. It's probably the 50% buff we're getting from that. Then remembering to use the food buff when we were doing... Well, we weren't working on this class, though, when we were doing dungeons. Which the red mage is high enough that I theoretically could go do the Bajan front. But one of my guild members was saying that there's like nobody in it right now, which is really surprising to me, considering like every streamer, person, like influencer, etc. That I know was planning to play Reaper or Sage basically today, said that Bajan runs was going to be a big part of their what they were going to work on. But I do think that most of them have the ability to just basically snap their finger and say, hey, I need 4 people to help me. And they will get a like pre-made group basically that they know are going to be like, okay. Okay. Alright, that's the one at the last one. So we don't need to do that one yet. But we'll grab this one and then we'll go talk to this guy. Actually, we'll probably go across that bridge first. To get that one. And normally I'm not like this like crazy about going and getting all of them, but oh, I gotta go all the way back down here and then up. Yeah, okay. But from my experiences and later times, then regretting not having the ability to teleport around the town like efficiently, it's better just to get it out of the way the first time you get there so you don't forget to do it later. That door is not open. Okay. This room actually looks kind of shitty. I think that's like okay for the aesthetic of this place a little bit, right? Just have some random stairwell that doesn't look super nice. But bum, 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 bum. Exploring the new city. Bada bum bum bum. I don't know how many people you would need for Fates. I don't imagine a ton. Oh, another guy. They really don't want you getting lost. Where'd that guy come from? Ah, I see. We can get a conversation with Estinian. I remember passing by here with Varshan, the situation being as it was, your regret not being able to show us the sights. Life is yet to return normal here, but when it does, you ought to pay another visit. Though the city is confusing, the food here is quite good. I'm partial to hamsa myself. The meat's surprisingly tender and flavorful. I don't think with it not having the main crystal tune though, this isn't going to give me completion. Unfortunately. But we're almost there. Get that blood pumping.
I hope we've not kept you waiting.
God damn it, Thrankid.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent in more ways than one.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
After this cutscene, I'll get some more water under the bathroom, I think.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude. You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales. Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radzatan.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzat Han will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
'Tis of no moment. A mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made.
Ooh.
In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance.
Ugh.
Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Nay, when war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections of events preceding his arrival. He knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydaelyn to whom you must look for answers.
Ding. Okay.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort.
Oh?
'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsummer did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope. He believed so long as Hydaelyn endured, so
Ugh.
survived dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydralin does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
It's true.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
Telophoroi.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
Prithee, a moment. There is from man and dragon alike have I learned of thine exploits. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsonner's trust. But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, weal enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease. More terrible.
Oops, fuck. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I remember that. I don't remember that. I remember that. I remember that. Yeah, we're gonna lose some people.
Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end. Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Oh, foreshadowing.
Apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overloaded with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
Oh. Bum, 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 bum. I think I might need a break. But like now we're getting to the point where like I might have trouble getting back on the server. Ah! That's fine. Let's do it. Let's take a break. I'm gonna go lay down for a little bit. I've been streaming for some time anyway at this point. 7 hours. Okay, well. Oh my god. No wonder I'm tired. Ooh. Ooh, Hot Pursuit is on thing right now. Nice. What are the December games? For Amazon Prime. More Kids, Spellcast University, YouTuber's Life. Oh my god. Ooh, Monkey Island 1 Telltale. That's a good one. Monkey Island 2 Telltale. Monkey Island 5 Telltale. Those are actually pretty fun, to be honest with you. All right. Thanks everybody for stopping out. Really appreciate it. I'll probably be back. We'll go lay down for an hour or two. So, and then I might stream more. I might not. I'm not gonna make any promises. I definitely want to play more of this game tonight, but honestly, this chair fucking sucks. That's part of the problem too. It's like, you know, Bashel is streaming. I don't know how far they are. Let's go take a look really quick. This is somebody who Shane rated recently.
Alex. You stumbled into a much bigger.
Ba-ba-da-ba. They're fishing a decent thing, apparently. They've been live for 2 hours. That doesn't look like they're even doing the expansion content yet. Yeah, they're fishing. Mal's also streaming EndWalker. Oh, Mel's behind me. Okay, let's raid Mel. Oh, wait. I just tried to raid Mal from Mal. Whoops. I forgot my mod over there. Luckily, I'm not an editor. I couldn't actually do it. All right. Thank you, everybody, for stopping out. Like I said, I'll probably be back later. Otherwise, definitely be here tomorrow for some time. So I got D&D and family stuff that I got to do in the afternoon tomorrow. And then Sunday, we're going to do the charity stuff, which I'm probably just going to play more EndWalker, to be honest with you, the way things are going. I thought maybe I'd be done with it before the weekend, but that's not the way things are going right now. So let's go say hi to Mal. If you're not following, give them a follow. They're a great streamer. Have a good one. Bye-bye. 3, 2...